chat. Welcome in, everyone. How we doing? What's new? What's happening? Hello, Will. Hello, Fluffy. We do this. Do this, and it's a little wobbly there. And give it another moment. Get over it, Buns. It was a button. It wasn't a big deal. They're new socks. Just new socks are always comfy. Well, sometimes they're horrible, but... I like doing chicken and rice a certain way, and I've got it sort of like nailed down how I do it. I don't know if I'm going to be doing it my way or not. I'm going to be researching and seeing what other versions we got out there and what type. I am guessing this is probably going to be more like a roasted chicken and rice rather than my pan-seared, easy, quick dinner at home, extremely flavorful, full, super easy. So we'll see what it is. I'm not quite sure. I haven't done that research yet. But I do know that it is one of their like key dishes. Other than tons and tons of seafood. But let's be honest about the seafood element. I'm not going to get that here. Outside of knowing someone with the boat, in the US, basically you get nothing but straight commercial fish. Which I always sort of blame on the government, but reality is it's the government dealing with different forms of organized crime taking over these key industries that we just need, you know, fish, protein, you know, meat, alcohol. They all put all these tiered requirements into the businesses, and you can only, you know, like alcohol, hard alcohol makers, distillers can only sell to distributors, which are in most cases completely separate companies, completely separate organizations. In reality, same thing with fish, same things with meat. They have to go through several different stages. With meat, you have to go from the farmer to a butcher or a harvester, whether that's a mobile one that comes to your place or you ship it out to some slaughterhouse, and then they have to send it to your favorite deli, butcher shop. Outside of buying fish direct from the boats coming off of the bay, which is legal. I guess that's actually a relatively new thing though too, at least here in California. But they typically just come in and sell their whole lot to their dude, and they in turn pool several boats or a fleet of boats and sell it as a group. That's sort of old school stuff, though, that's more built into things we have now because of the way it used to be. Now they would handle it probably completely differently, but we still have to deal with it because we haven't changed it. Cheers, everyone. Welcome in. Thank you for joining me this lovely Sunday. I am finally streaming. It is not 1 o'clock, it is 4:30. Regardless of what time it normally would, 3:41. It is 4:30. Almost 5. Finally got around to fixing the colors of the names in chat, and so I should actually be able to read everyone's name tonight instead of just guessing at a couple because they are the typical ones that were that color before. And there's a lot fewer colors too. So I'm thinking of doing some more garlic bread tonight. That was good last night. But let's get this beef going, which means I gotta chop up a whole bunch of stuff here to start off the stream. I'm starting off with some Fresnos, which a little bit like red jalapenos, in the same ballpark. And they got some heat, I can already feel it on my fingertips here. Unfortunately, as I was saying about the seafood, there's another ingredient in this dish that's traditional that I'm just not going to get proper. And I don't even really have access to. And that is I want to almost like compare it to a roux, but it's, I'm forgetting what the I'm about the source of it, which is actually a toxic source normally, and it's not really normally available in stores, so it's not like something I can make myself either if I can't buy it. And you juice that and you reduce that down, you add molasses and some seasonings. I can add the molasses and the seasonings, but not this like deep concentrated cooked juice. Like I said, it almost reminds me of like a dark roux like product. It's really deep dark brown from what little I can see. And maybe if I had planned further ahead, I could have maybe bought it online. I didn't look too far online if it's available. Castle Reap. It's a thick brown liquid caught from boiling down the juice of cassava, which cassava are, unless you cook them, no. Like, I forget exactly what it is, but I think if you mix whatever the active ingredient is, or whatever the problem ingredient is, with water, it turns to cyanide. What happens if I add seeds? What do you mean? To dinner tonight, or just in... Because there's no way I'm getting all of them out of this. In this case, it's just a texture thing. Generally, they are not fun to... But that doesn't stop them from putting it in things like red pepper flakes and stuff all the time. Like, I can't get rid of them, but with sorters these days, computer-controlled sorters, there's no question they could get rid of all of the seeds. Or at least down to such a low rate that you would never really notice them unless, like, maybe like one a jar sort of a thing. I'm not going super fine with the cuts here, but julienning them. It's a little bit easier to not worry about that with the gloves on. And these peppers are a bit older, their skin's getting a bit plasticier, but crispy plastic, like old plasticky. That's how all peppers get the older they get. In most cases, they're essentially trying to start off. Welcome in, Greek boy. Took me a second with the color on my screen of your name. It's not the same as it is on Twitch, which lovely shade of purple. But over here, I couldn't tell quite if it was Greek boy or geek boy, which obviously they are not your name, not a... How you doing? Welcome in. Not super small on these again. I'm going to be a bit smaller on the habaneros. Again, these are the same source of habaneros that I did the other night. And so I'm not expecting these to be all-time heavy hitters, but still I'm going to treat them with care regardless. And just doing that over the trash this time just to save even getting any of that on the board. Partly by my choice, like, you don't really need, the recipes that I found for this dish are all over the place, whether there's a ton of beans in it, which I chose not to do tonight, or there's all sorts of peppers, but in general, it is a meat dish with Scotch bonnets and this cassava paste breakdown, along with some of those same spices in the whole mix when you're cooking it. Welcome in, Osborne. I think you're all awesome for hanging out with me. Looks almost like orange peel. Excuse me. Thank you for the follow. I'm doing pretty damn good tonight. How about everyone else? I know this is like half cut. Doing a horrible job of this with the gloves on. I'm out of practice cutting with gloves on. Very out of practice cutting with gloves on. Hey, Cosmic. This'll work. These are going in at the same time. Almost grabbed that seed too. Don't want that. Doing all right. Almost for the most part. I'm just getting started here. I decided to start 4:30. My normal Sunday start time, Sunday start time. I think I'm gonna ditch the 1 p.m. streams, folks. Is there any diehard people that are like, oh yeah, I need you to stream at 1 on Sundays? Welcome, Ozzy. Everyone ready for, the biggest bank run since 2008? Can tell you I don't want to be an investor in Roku right now. Scramble's just too complex. In simplest terms, Buns, the 16th largest, so not a huge bank, but still billions, bank had collapsed. It went on a bank run, and they didn't have the capital the free capital to cover their needs. And so now the Fed has taken over the FDIC. You notice that plaque in every bank you go to insures your money, sort of a thingy. And so all the individuals are insured up to 250 grand, which is probably a good portion of the individuals don't have that many accounts over 250 grand. But in that case, anything over 250 grand of theirs is up for question if they're going to get it back. And there were a large number of businesses. This was also a bank that had a ton of venture capital stuff going on, had a ton of startups, and so you have this money tied up, and it's tying up the money of tons of super small businesses. Whether they have the free capital to survive or not, it means that they're not going to have that money immediately right now to pay bills, etc. Which, free capital is the lifeblood of a business. And then you had things like Roku, which pretty major company. They had reportedly somewhere around 30% of their free cash stored in this bank, some 200 some million. that is now locked up. And I keep seeing articles too about this, like saying why did all these people didn't diversify? Why didn't they do there's so many options for businesses to do these more secure options of holding things. In the case of Roku, I can't really argue that. They should have been a little bit smarter than lose 30% of their holdings with one bank when there's other options. But when it comes to smaller guys, the initial startups, which is what they're saying, a lot of their business was small startup businesses. You're not going to have the smarts and ability to handle that. That's something like an established corporation worries about. And in many cases, the money that they're funded with, too, is with strings attached that you got to use our bank, you got to use our services. I ran into that a lot with small business as far as banks with my business. I steered clear of it. I was lucky to be starting up around the same time that Square was getting going as far as mobile payments. And they had a reasonable rate for credit processing. They've changed since then. I don't know what their current operation is. I'm not running these days. But at the time, it was reasonable. And it wasn't tied to anything. But when I explored getting loans or startup money for my business, when I went to banks, pretty much all of them locked you into, you got to use our credit processing for sales. Which makes brilliant sense from their side, because you're taking money from them, and if they can control who's running your credit processing, most likely them themselves, they're going to get a cut, like a 1% cut of all your sales. Because if you think about a credit processor, it's 2-3% in many cases on all credit card sales. Wonder if something happened in the onion crop lately, in the major onion crops. Because I'm noticing big changes in onions, and I've noticed people complaining lately online about getting bum onions more often. Which may be just how my feed's going at the moment for whatever I'm watching, but no, I was thinking this is considerably smaller than is typical for this brand in this bag. This is still maybe on the small size, but right there, I don't know why I'm peeling this whole. It certainly matters when they're sold each. It even matters when you sell them by the pound, because if you think about it, each one of them has, you know, the heel and the tip of it that you're going to cut off, and so the losses are greater if you have a whole bunch of small ones versus a couple of large ones. Of course, when you're storing the large ones, you can fit a lot more smaller ones. I guess we're dicing everything tonight. Nice, Cosmic. I mean, unless you subscribe already to the frying pan pizza thing, that alone is going to revolutionize your reheated pizza game. No more weird chewy crusts from the microwave. I'll maybe give it to someone extremely late night or first thing in the morning making leftovers. But otherwise, it needs to be in a pan or in the oven. Just, the microwave is just, it's disgusting. Ugh. It's like, elastic. Do we have any anti-breakfast pizza people out there? I think leftover pizza for breakfast is amazing. Garlic. Ventorious. Welcome, Raiders. Hello, I am Jason. Cook here on Twitch 4 nights a week. Now 4:30 Pacific, 4 nights a week. I was trying out 1 o'clock on Sundays for a while. We're going back to 4:30. It has. How you been? Had anything amazing to taste lately? Thank you so much for that raid. What were we doing today? Where were we all coming from? No worries. Sour ales. Nice. I got one that I honestly need to get rid of. Excuse me. But I've got a Russian River Sour that it's a limited release. Russian River being a very well-known microbrewery here in Sonoma County. Like, I really need to drink these, but they should be cold. Beautification. Sour beer. Barrel aged 8 to 24 months. Let's throw one of those in the fridge. I should have drinking these a while ago. Nice. Yeah, Pliny was one of my first. Pliny was like the first beer that I was like, okay, I get why I like people like this. Which is sort of funny because so many people are anti-hop fans. Aside from that, largely all I had enjoyed before that were some really heavy dark beers that I only wanted to drink like one or two of. And since then, I've discovered some lighter beers that I enjoy drinking. They're a bit more casual. Going with beers, I love me a Yingling. I never get but that's sort of like, I don't get to drink it normally. If I got to drink it all the time, it would be probably pretty boring. Can say the same thing about Labatt and Molson, just because I don't get to drink them very often. Make it that easy for me. I'm going to take that sim right out. Any tips for peeling garlic like I do? Just got to be afraid not to squash it. I mean, I've definitely broken that clove open already. The thing is with garlic is you do want to actually sort of smash it. You do want to sort of like mash it up. You do want to sort of grind into it a little bit, because a lot of the flavors in garlic are generated from the defensive mechanisms of their cells. They give off chemicals that are protective when they're cut. And to us, those are just tasty. And so mashing up your garlic is not a horrible thing. But other than that, I would just make sure you're not dealing with really sticky, like high moisture skins on them. Make sure they're nice and dry. If you have to, store them with some rice or some salt or something. But I don't have any real problem with that here. Yeah, it's bad. And I'm just going to give this a rough chop from here. I think most of you see me fine cut garlic much better than that. I'm just rough chopping this tonight. Alright, do I need any? Yes, I do need more chopped up. I do have more to chop up. There is more chop game tonight. Well, if you're trying North American beers, you gotta try one of the ones that I've actually had here on stream a couple of times just recently. Oh, non-alcoholic. Never mind then. My apologize. In that case, I won't hype it. Well, here's one for you. I've mentioned this before on stream before too, but if anyone's out there have tried, and welcome in Morden Eridanus, is if anyone has tried, oh, what is the name of their brand? I'm gonna look that up. Clean. Again, not a sponsor, not. But clean yerba mate. So not beer, yerba mate. Yerba mate still can be slightly alcoholic. It is a fermented beverage. However, the clean brand is actually, their whole plan is they're giving a certain percentage of their sales to help fight people that are recovering from alcoholism. And on top of it, if you drink their yerba mate, they have different flavors to them, but the carbonation on them gives me a very strong domestic beer flavor to it. Like, you try all these, if you've tried any of these sodas and stuff like that, a lot of what they're toying with to get those flavor notes to you are playing with the carbonation. And that's the same thing with this, is they're playing with the carbonation on it to almost play off that same like beer flavor, hoping to sell it to people that are trying to find non-alcoholic options. Of course, it's yerba mate, so it's also full of caffeine instead. Sweet peppers. I was cleaning up to cut some sweet peppers. So these are small little things, but they're also, like I said, sweet peppers. We have a couple here that are starting to go, so I'm picking around them. That'll be good. I also think Clean is now owned by one of the major names. I think they were purchased, which happens obviously all the time in the beverage industry. It actually happened to the brand of Yerba Mate that I was drinking. It got bought up by one of the big names. Changed their labelings, changed their availabilities, changed their flavorings. Still all in the same vein, but different. And they got rid of their passion fruit, which killed it for me because I loved their passion fruit. Yeah, it's probably one of those fruits that doesn't travel very well, especially cheaply. Like, I absolutely love mangosteens, but you can't find them in any good quality in the States. You can get passion fruit, I think, but it's typically not the greatest quality here, unless you're like flying it in, which is, you know, price-wise, sort of silly. Actually, not sort of silly. It is silly. It's rich. I'm showing off. That's true too, Morden. If I'm mispronouncing your name, please just let me know. I will try my best. Passion fruit is also something that I very much more prefer the juice anyways. I don't want to deal with all the seeds. Gracias. Might be a long stream tonight, folks. After all, this is a stew and I don't even have it on the stove yet. Now on Twitch, chopping and chatting, chef. Now I'm actually sort of, at least with the sweet peppers, I've been powering through these a little bit more because I want to get going with cooking. Man, that blade was rough until I steeled that up today. That steeling today actually really helped this blade tonight. Thank you for the raid, Bentorius. Greatly appreciate you sending your folks over. And have a lovely evening. Alright, so we got a heat going over here. Add a little bit of oil into the pan. Going to salt my meat. Last thing over here is green onion. Don't need that cut up just yet. Waiting for this to come up to almost a smoke. I maybe should have turned that on a moment earlier. Ah, there you go. Ranking up just as you go. Ozzy's favorite food item. Food invention, food tool. Packaging. Ooh, that's a new one. Now, see, I always knew it as nobody enjoys a soggy diaper, but a meaty diaper, yeah, that's right there with that too. I don't want that either. Wow, am I peaking that much on this? Maybe not. Okay. Turn down the sizzle a little bit. Hit the other side with some salt. Flip these all over. Get a nice sear on all of them there, or as best as I can. You can even see just in the sear the difference in the heat in the pan. You can see how these ones are a bit lighter over on this side, and these are considerably darker and cooked a bit faster. Twisted your arm, did they, Cosmic? 7 boxes. Set for the year. My problem is other than Thin Mints, I don't think I know any of them by name. I've had most of them. I mean, I'm not a coconut eater. I think I've told folks that before, so I'm not buying the coconut caramel ones, but like they have several like almost like only their cookies too, don't they? I mean, Thin Mints are the only ones that they're doing, only ones in the game that I know of that are sort of doing that fake chocolate outside. It's a little more waxy than chocolate to me. Thank you, Aerolia. Heat off just for a minute, just to let that pan cool a little bit. Fan on full for a moment, even though it kills the mic. Excuse me. Thin Mints are the ones that I seem to remember around the most as my house as a kid. I've never had that pull of at least not in any time recently, of a family member or even a distant family member doing them, and so I haven't bought them in ages. Yeah, the whole disliking chocolate and mint together seems to be a recent sort of like everyone came out and started saying that. And I sort of get it. I do like mint chip though. I don't like it with small little chips of chocolate though. I want like ribbons of chocolate. I want like, I don't know why anyone decided they want like chips of chocolate in something other than them trying to replicate chocolate chips in there, which they're doing those small little confetti pieces of chocolate like they typically do. They're not doing that. Trying to get that garlic all up off of it. It's sticking to the fond on the pan from the beef a little bit. I'm gonna get that all up and mixed in with the garlic, with the onion, so that it doesn't sear, doesn't burn. See, I have no idea what those are. That name means nothing to me. Ah, philosophical quotes in chat. Apparently can't speak, but bit of salt. I am doing a North American play on Pepperpot, which I'm doing Caribbean themed foods all this week, which is sort of rough because I don't have the same sources of ingredients as they do. But we're doing a very heavy pepper based stew, and with some spices that are a little more Indian, a little more Asian. We got some cinnamon, actually cinnamon's a little more African, but cinnamon, maybe some Chinese 5-spice, which is that plus. We got some habaneros in here along with some Fresnos, which are sort of like almost like a red, they're in the ballpark of a red jalapeno, and some yellow peppers that I hadn't come across before that I wanted to try cutting up, and I didn't, probably not going to get those again. They're a little bit of a, but this is all the heat in here tonight, and we're going to add that in once we're doing this for stewing. It looks on stream like it does outside. Well, there's two ways you can get me to do that. You could join in on the ingredient Discord, or ingredient challenge in the Discord, if I can get Discord to show up here tonight. Come on, Discord. There we go. In the Discord, we have our Wednesday dinner vote. And it's a close one, folks. It was tied when I looked at it earlier. And on Wednesday, I'll have to use the ingredient challenge ingredient to make dinner and dessert. So, pepper jack cheese dessert for anyone? Pumpkin spice.
New weekly theme submission.
I can see pumpkin spice somewhat in both ends. That's a little bit easier flavor-wise. But I hate pumpkin spice, so I... And if you'd like to make your own suggestions, you can jump into the ingredient suggestions and add them in here. The ones that get the most votes in this list here go to the next voting. So that's one way you can get me to cook something like that. The other way is you can watch me long enough to get 5,000 sprinkles, which there's a whole bunch of ways you can earn sprinkles, but they're all non-money based. You know, they're all about hanging out and chatting and being a part of the community. If you get more than 5,000 of those lovely things, like Will Poker currently has, he's already done this for this week. You can sponsor a whole week of ideas for me to do. Add our meat back in there with all the juice that was with those, just from resting. And I'm going to add a bunch more water in there. Yeah, Buns has started a giveaway for 250 sprinkles right now. So we got all this loveliness in here in the pan. We're going to add our hot peppers in there too. Or our hotter peppers. Yeah, our hot peppers, because the only other peppers in there were sweet. The other thing sprinkles are used for, besides getting me to try things on stream for you lovely folks, is whenever we get to milestones in the stream, I do giveaways. As in, I've typically done Twitch or Amazon gift cards, which is US based, but there's some sort of giveaway. I think I'm planning one here for 1,250 viewers is the next milestone, or 1,250 followers. Followers, not subs, followers. Alright, so we're just going to allow that to hang out for a while. Oh, I also want to add a little bit of this is sort of the downside. I would be adding a little bit of Vegemite right now if I didn't have Better Than Bouillon for beef. Because I think Vegemite would be a little bit more in that same ballpark of the that somewhat bitter ingredient that's in the traditional Pepperpot. That'll just dissolve in the liquid. I don't need to stir that in too much. Yeah. Let's get ourselves some really hot water coming out of the sink. Wait until we get the tap full heat here. I'm absolutely loving that I changed the colors on the names on. It's so much nicer over here. That's a little bit much. Yeah. A little sugar to get that yeast happy. Yes, I am starting yeast bread at this point of the evening, at this point of the stream. I'm going to turn the flame down on this a little bit so it just slow bubbles. So we got our sugar water. I'm going to add a little flour in with that, also for the yeasties. And yeah, we need some yeast in there too. Put the flour away and I needed it again. Potato flake. In Russian bread, the flour needs me. Okay, that one didn't go over. How we doing, chat? We enjoying our weekend? Or start to our week? Depending on where we live. No users. No one joined. You can even see them right now. Little happy individual yeasties. You don't normally can see that. So, we pull that up there. That should be a little bit easier to see now. You can actually see the individual yeasties going on there. I've seen that quite a bit in beer making in the past, or mead making in the past. I don't know if I've seen yeast acting like this, just warming up in water for bread before or not. It still needs to warm up a bit though, apparently. My water tap water wasn't warm enough, probably because the glass was cold. We're gonna give that another shake up here. Because I want to make sure that that's a lively batch of yeast for this. What's your big step tomorrow? Yeah, I'm still frustrated about my last visit to the doctors. I feel like I wasted my time with this recent visit. Like, this new doctor just re-looked at everything of mine and just like scanned over it and just like scanned over a good portion of what the stuff that I cared about. And so I just changed doctors because of availability, and now I'm thinking I'm going to change doctors again. Because as I view it, she's just going through the motions of being in this place and just doing stuff, and I don't feel like she was actually spending any mental power to actually do her proper job. She was just going through the motions. Yeah. I'm not even going to get into it, but it's just frustrating. I hate American healthcare system. I have no idea what other international systems really are like in person. But they gotta be better than this. I think it was for cosmetic surgery, which, meh. But cosmetic surgery, certainly if... Yeah, that's a toughie. There are certainly people that get cosmetic surgery that do not need it. It was where I was going with that, in my opinion. But regardless, it is very much needed for certain people, and that's another entirely thing. But I was getting into that because medical tourism is becoming such a huge thing in the U.S. where you go off and have a vacation and get all your medical stuff done while you're on vacation because it's cheaper. And that's what happened to that group that was heading into Mexico and got wrapped up in the cartel. Is they were traveling to Mexico to do medical procedures for cheap. But it was also sort of hilarious that the cartel just like, oh, we messed up and gave up the people that got it. We're not messing with the military. I can certainly see that, Bun Buns. What I'm getting into is a little bit... I don't want to get into describing it too much, but... just straight up incompetence. We're starting to get there with this yeast. It's certainly waking up now, but I want it roaring. You want to talk about food politics instead? Ozzy. I think I'm good with my food politics for a bit. We did the whole Food Inc. thing in Discord a week or two ago. Yeah, but I might, Buns. Pouring our yeasties in with the rest of the party here. Also adding a healthy splash of olive oil at this point. I got the spatula out to do this, but I think I'm just going to get my hands dirty. Just dive in. Tonight's was sort of unimpressive. Like, you almost couldn't tell that tonight's was there. I get the impression that Medieval Times is one of those places that's really cool as a kid. I went as a young teenager, I want to say. I've been several times, and it was really cool as a kid. I have not been back in well over a decade, and I want to say that it's probably something that's a lot cooler as a kid. Thank you for the follow. Hi, Teeds. I'm making a little dough for some garlic bread to go with my Pepperpot, which is simmering on the stove there. I wish I sort of had a zoomed view of the stove, but that's sort of a tough one to do with my setup. trying to rub all that excess flour and dough off of my hands here. My hands are burning from those peppers, even using some gloves earlier. But then again, I wasn't as careful as I was the other night with things like I didn't wash my knife and all that. But for those just joining in, we do have this loveliness on the stove. There's 5, 6 different types of pepper in there. 5? Oops. Sorry, Teeds. Welcome in. So there on the stove, simmering away, is my Pepperpot stew. It's a beef stew with peppers. And oh, actually we gotta add some spices in there. I'm not doing this proper justice so far. We need to add in like a cinnamon stick, like half a cinnamon stick, they say. I'll break a cinnamon stick in half here. That's a little less than half, but it'll do me. We'll throw that in there. And I want a little dried thyme and a little powdered ginger. That's our dried thyme. And powdered or dried ginger. We got some seared stew beef in there with our peppers and onions and garlic, and there's a little beef basin with the liquid in there. And now we got the cinnamon in there. A fair number of the recipes I saw had Chinese 5-spice in there, which I think a Chinese 5-spice is sort of like the original pumpkin spice. I wonder how much of chat realizes that the reason the pumpkin spice is a thing is they figured out how to make this spice combination flavor cheaper. Nice, Teeds. Yeah, John's cool. I've known John for a minute. He usually streams actually a little bit later than me. Trying to not have to add any more flour. I put the flour away already. And take this little piece of pepper that I worked in there. Yeah, there's teams. I'm torn on teams. I think Happy People is a good group, but a fair number of the teams, I would say a majority of the teams out there, since teams can only really be formed. I mean, if they're professional sports teams, that's an entirely different animal. But the vast majority of them, I see as they're only able to be started by a partner. And so a vast majority of them I view as is just sort of equivalent of my Discord, but for the streamer, like it's a group of streamers, but they're all sort of funneling to the partner. I don't think that's necessarily the case with Happy People. I think it's a sort of cool group. Trying to support each other, which is really what it should be. Do I need to go further with this? This is just a simple garlic bread. I don't have to knead it madly here. Candy buns, like I said, I thought it was something that only is able to be started by a partner. Here's probably a better way of describing it. I don't think this is the case with the team that I'm in, Happy People. It could be, but I don't think it is. But the vast majority of teams, I think, turn into largely a partner who has started the team, has his dedicated viewers who may be newer streamers, or maybe even influenced to start streaming by the partner, so that they can turn around and the partner can turn around and farm viewers off of the people joining their team. As in, it's just funneling to the top of the system. I don't think it's designed or intended to be that way, but I think it's gone that way. Well, we're happy to have you, Teeds. I don't tend to do recipes, Teeds. The whole initial premise over me cooking is I don't want to write that stuff down myself. I just want to record it and use AI in a year or two now, and I used to think like 5 or 10 years, but I think it's going to be quicker now that they're working on AI a bit more. And to allow this to proof, I'm coating it in a bunch more olive oil. No, it's all viewer influence, Teeds. Give me one moment and I'll show you. I'll be happy to show you. I do a weekly vote in the Discord. I've been doing this for several years. This is the current week's vote between pepper jack cheese or pumpkin spice. And the winning ingredient there, the one that has the most chef reactions, not the keck face, Ozzy, but the one that gets the most votes on Wednesday, we'll end the poll here on Tuesday's stream. And on Wednesday, the winning ingredient, I'll have to do dinner and dessert using. I'm not going to make the ingredient. I'm going to buy it. There's been several ingredients in the past that I would typically just make myself at home. And short of it not being available, I will buy it and use it in its purchased form. And if you'd like to make your own suggestions, I've got the channels cut off here on the stream, but I should probably do that there too. But you can go to the next channel below it there, and you have the ingredients that people are currently suggesting. Some of them are based on availability. I mean, the ranch flavored ice cream. I haven't checked if my local Walmart even has that, and it's a limited time thing. But the ones with the most votes move on to the next one, and if they only get a couple of votes and they sit here forever, I delete them. There's a few guidelines up there, like let's avoid the coconut and let's skip the stuff that's purposely just disgusting. The purpose of the whole thing is odd or interesting things that are harder for me to cook with or make into things. Less so, let's choose something that Jason hates. And let's see here, for anyone new in the chat here, does it still show up? No, it doesn't. And here we have all of our past winning ingredients since like January. And so we've been doing this a minute. There's a whole bunch of them that we've done. I've done Vegemite twice now. I think that and taro are the only ones that have been done twice. I try to not do twice in a year. Yep, buns. My guts just don't like coconut. There's more things that my guts are not liking as I get older, but none of it's going to be like I'm worried about it causing me problems. It's just going to make me feel horrible the next day. But we're going to allow that to rise while this sits here and simmers. We can actually turn this up a little bit more. I can smell that cinnamon. That's smelling lovely in there with the peppers. Peppers and cinnamon going well. I'm normally someone that's not huge on adding cinnamon, nutmeg, any of those like pumpkin pie spices. in with my meat things. Like, it's okay in chili sometimes. It's okay as a rub sometimes. But anytime that it's in a recipe, I'm just like, I don't really want to do this. Let's chop up some green onion while we're waiting. Get out of the bag. You want to talk about wasting a product that's wasting? I can't stand these. The companies that are now taking their labels and putting them on a normal rubber band. Like, I'm not going to take the time to cut the rubber band off of that. So that just goes into the trash. But otherwise, I keep all my rubber bands. Leek rubber bands aren't bad. Typically it's the broccoli and asparagus ones that are the best in my opinion. But those are also typically the best, like, thick, broad ones. And so if you're looking for the... It depends on what you're using it for, I guess. But if you like the thick, broad rubber bands that are really going to hold something together. But these are great too for smaller projects, just bundling things. But yeah, asparagus are the big hitters. That one's asparagus. This one's probably a broccoli. Hey chat. I have no idea where that went. I'm a big fan of the paper straws on straws. Shooting those at people. You gotta you gotta be careful around me when I get a fresh straw. My longtime chat knows I like throwing all sorts of stuff at them. You'll name it, I'll throw it at the monitor, or at the camera. No. Throwing pans. Making me feel sorry for pansexuals everywhere. How dare you, Ozzy? Unfortunately, Ozzy, I guess I was lying because I ain't throwing a dance party either. Disco ball that falls from the ceiling whenever someone subs. I already got the lava lamp. The other tough part with the disco ball idea, which I'm actually sort of like, is judging the height, because like in all my different scenes I've got different heights on the camera. You notice in this one you can very easily see the light right now. If I go back over to the main camera, it's almost disappeared. I can touch it, but just barely. It was a royal pain getting that sparkling wine off of the ceiling. If anyone remember, that was definitely mixer days. That was a good 3+ years ago. I opened up a bottle of sparkling and I kept the cork. The cork didn't fly on me, but the juice did and got all over the ceiling. Yeah, I'm 6 something. Seems like every time you get measured, it's a different height. Everyone's got a different scale. But I'm like 6'4", 6'5", something like that. In that ballpark. Oh, it works both ways, folks. I mean, I've been complaining about my back on stream before, my neck on stream, because in order to get down to the counter height. And I can think you can tell from, you know, this is not the proper height for someone my height. It's not fun getting into cars, especially small sports cars. I mean, just look at what Shaq's done to all of his cars and stuff. He's turned that into a second business all by itself, like his custom cars that Shaq has done. Like, he's always in new ones, and he's always selling the old ones with his, you know, Shaq owned this car. Spring-loaded batons. Yeah, I mean, I may be 6'5". I still got one of these. I just more use it for this than this. Cosmic. Oh, that thingy? You can find those all sorts of places. I think you can find one for like 10-15 bucks on Amazon. Take a look at the pictures and make sure that they're somewhat well built. They can be really cheaply made. Really cheaply made. The one that I have, that's the second one that I have, and the first one I broke because I wasn't really thinking about it, but I was grabbing things to put in the trash, and I used it to sort of like try and push the trash down without thinking about it. And it definitely didn't have the strength to be pushing things down. it just like snapped and it was that I'm done. What are you doing to me, camera? Why are you so out of focus? Get over here. There, that should be better. These two cameras, they're just always out of focus. Just always causing problems. Actually, I'm going to throw this over on the stove in case it keeps it a little bit warmer, close to the stew. Weapons only work if you're properly trained how to use them. Alright, I think we're going to chill here for 15 minutes. I think I'm going to take an AFK, sit down for a few minutes, check out what's going on in the world elsewhere. And I'll be back. We're just waiting on that stew to cook a bit longer and for our bread to proof.
Off into space. Man, that takes real teamwork. And here's a team of junior spacemen with an out-of-this-world breakfast that teams up V8 juice and Cheerios for flavor and energy. What a treat! A flavorful glassful of refreshing V8 juice and Cheerios with power protein, plus vitamin B1 for Go Power. And now, here's a special out-of-this-world free offer. This Moon Rocket Kit, both a toy and an exciting game. First, blast off. It separates in midair and lands 2 spacemen on a moon map. You get this wonderful game only through this free offer. Send your name and address and 1 V8 label plus 1 box top from these specially marked packages of Cheerios, Kix, or Frostios to Moon Rocket Kit, Mount Vernon 10, New York. Get Campbell's V8 cocktail vegetable juice with any one of these Big G cereals.
Folks, why do you eat Wheaties?
We like it.
But did you know it's always been whole wheat with all the bran, and bran is one of nature's best sources of food fiber.
That's news to us.
Wheaties breakfast this morning?
Sure, it helps me feel fit.
But do you know Wheaties has bran fiber your body may need?
That's news to me.
Why Wheaties?
Oh, we love the taste.
I have for years. But do you know for years you've been getting something extra for your diet? Bran fiber?
Well, that's news to me.
Wheaties. It's brand news.
3, 2, 1, blast off. She's up. Come in ideal countdown control. Ready for second launching.
Atlas moving into position.
Fuel her up.
All set.
Countdown.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, blast off! There she goes!
you can be in command of your own ideal countdown. It's a real electronic missile base. You sit at the controls and move missiles into place. You count down. You blast off. You track the flight. The ideal countdown comes complete with moon missile and lunar probe, as well as a giant atlas. Get your electronic ideal countdown now, wherever good toys are sold.
It's a wonderful toy. It's ideal.
Everybody needs energy-packed Sunbeam bread. Yes, it's all aboard for fun in the park, but Junior hasn't got energy enough for fun. He'd sure like to ride that horse. Hey, what's this? An energy-packed Sunbeam sandwich. You bet every delicious slice of Sunbeam bread sure does pack a big energy wallop. There's nothing like Sunbeam Energy to help you stay on the beam. Now, look at them go. On Sunbeam Energy, they sure do enjoy life. Everybody needs the kind of real zip and zing pep that delicious Sunbeam bread gives you. Yes, stay on the beam with energy-packed Sunbeam bread. All day long, eat Sunbeam bread and renew energy as you burn it up. Eat delicious Sunbeam bread. Schmidt's Blue Ribbon Bread gives you 7 ounces of non-fat milk solids in every loaf, the equal of 90 quarts a year if you serve it regularly. Every sandwich you make, every snack, gives you extra milk. For wonderful flavor combined with sound food values, serve Schmidt's Blue Ribbon Bread in the pantry pack.
If you've ever been to Venice, you remember the gondolas and the picturesque waterways. And you remember the food, too. Superb food, prepared with that very special Italian touch. The same special Italian touch that Chef Boyardee sauce with meat can give to your meals over here. Because the recipe for this tangy sauce has been brought over from Italy by this famous Italian chef. Chef Boyardee sauce with meat is made from juicy, sun-ripened tomatoes and tender, quality beef, simmered in a spicy sauce that makes a rice and cheese loaf, a casserole, or a spaghetti dish a real Italian-style dish. So when you'd like to add that special Italian touch to your dinner, do it with Chef Boyardee sauce with meat. Try Chef Boyardee sauce with mushrooms, too. Both are prepared from the chef's own Italian recipe.
Hey, kids, look what's new. A brand new cereal just for you. Twinkles, the new star-shaped cereal in the storybook package. See? Inside, delicious, crispy, crinkly stars. And outside, a real storybook. All about Twinkles, the magic elephant. See him fly with his rotor tail. Watch him do tricks with his magic trunk. Meet Twinkle's friends, Fulton the inventor, Sanford the parrot, Wilbur the monkey, and more. Read all about their adventures on every storybook package of Twinkles. And wait till you taste those golden little stars, filled with the goodness of energy oats and corn. Remember, only Twinkles has the storybook package. Just tear the magic line and your storybook opens. Twinkles, the new star-shaped cereal in the storybook package.
What? Keeping the coffee in the icebox?
Yes, Mr. Jones, it's a new kind of coffee, roasted by a new secret process. Hence, this new none-such coffee has a different flavor, a flavor preserved by vacuum packing, the flavor retained by refrigeration after the jar has been opened. Just taste it. You can't miss that delicate aroma, that clean, mellow taste. Yes, in cooking, the way to a man's heart is most of all through the coffee pot. In every jar, you'll find 3 special pointers, valuable in all methods of making coffee. Try new none-such coffee now. Use half the jar. If not 100% satisfied, Get all your money back from your grocer without argument. Special for movie week, only 28 cents a pound, plus 3 cents refundable deposit on the jar.
When you have a Labatt's, you have an adventure. Canadian Light, that's Labatt's. It's a great new taste in beer. Enjoy import quality at USA prices. Have an adventure. Have a Labatt's.
Here's the newest, most exciting sound in town. It's a General Electric blender that's going around. Completely new from base to lid. Take it apart, see what they did. The non-skid base is the lowest you'll ever see.
The decanter has a 36-ounce blending capacity.
The non-spill lid is really smart. For blending convenience, it comes apart. Add additional ingredients if you will. Look, no splash, see no spill. Put them all together and you know it's true. The General Electric blender is best for you. If you want to know another reason why,
It's only 10 1/2 inches high.
stores easily on the counter or on a shelf. There's 1,000 things you can make yourself.
Make party spreads.
Great cabbage heads. Blend the meatloaf for a family of 8. Make ice-cold drinks you'll appreciate. Now's the time for you to buy the General Electric blender.
Did he say only 10 1/2 inches high?
Next week, George and Gracie will be brought to you by Carnation.
Hiya, happy boy. Wish you'd been with me today. We saw a great dog show, some beautiful dogs. There was the handsomest poodle, a real beauty, an international champion. His owner gave me some good advice.
There are many dog foods on the market, but the Carnation Company makes the best. It's called Friskies, and it's quality all the way through.
You should have seen the champion collie. He won everything in sight. The handler told me.
A very important part of this champion's diet is meat. That's why we feed him Friskies. The principal ingredient is lean red horse meat. The best you can buy.
So happy, you're getting real quality, and you're going to get your Friskies right now.
Friskies is prepared to the high standards of Carnation Company and guarantees prime-grade nourishment.
A pleasure, Milton. In just a moment, we'll see how well Milton does at the Pentagon. But if you want to see busy hands at your house, just you offer this lively Christmas party dip that's so good to serve with king-size Fritos corn chips. Just follow the recipe right on the Fritos package. Of course, it calls for the famous Philadelphia brand cream cheese, an 8-ounce package, which we blended with 2 tablespoons of milk till it's nice and smooth, like so. Then come 2 tablespoons of Kraft cream-style horseradish for zesty flavor, a 1/4 teaspoon of Worcestershire sauce, and finally, a dash of salt. And we'll blend our Philly mixture again. And when party time comes, let the folks enjoy this wonderful Philly horseradish dip with crisp king-size Fritos. There are those busy hands. Just remember, you make the best-tasting dips with the freshest-tasting cream cheese you can buy. Philadelphia brand cream cheese, made only by Kraft.
Now, a new creation from Seal Test. Cottage cheese in ready-to-serve portions. Handy envelopes bring you brand new convenience and ease. Zip, it's open, quick and neat. Just the amount you need, the easy way to serve cottage cheese. The rest stays moist and creamy, ready for next time.
Are they handy? Cottage cheese in ready-to-serve portions.
So easy to use, quick, and no bother at all.
The rest stays really fresh, moist, and creamy.
Yes, serving cottage cheese was never as easy as this. Seal Test's new square package with handy, ready-to-serve portions. Zip, it's open, simple as can be. The rest stays moist and creamy fresh. You'll love Seal Test cottage cheese in new, ready-to-serve portions. Get some soon.
Okay. Welcome back, everyone. We're still chilling here. We still got, other than an echo going. There we go. Welcome back, everyone. Now that I got my microphone unmuted. We still got our stew looking lovely here on the stove. Or our Pepperpot stew. Beef still needs a little bit longer. We got our cinnamon in there along with all our hot peppers, sweet peppers, onions, garlic. Little beef base. And we still got our bread proofing on the other side here. It's not doing very well. It hasn't done a whole lot for me yet tonight, and it's feeling sort of cool to the touch. And so, both having it over here, and I've now turned the oven on during the AFK. And so the oven's now on to 400 degrees, or at least warming up to 400 degrees. So hopefully that'll give us a little more residual heat to help that proof a little bit better. But otherwise, we just still be chilling. Hopefully everyone's enjoying their weekend. What little left they may have. Maybe it's already over for some of you. My hands are really, the pepper juice got all over my hands, and I've cleaned them, so I'm not worried about it going to other things. But they're red tonight. I don't know if that comes across on camera or not, but... maybe we should do this. Something like that. That covers up the light above me. I hate that light on screen. That like white light spot. I don't want that on screen. Proof bread, proof. It's about the closest I think I get to Kermit, folks. That's what we can do while we're waiting here. And this board sort of needs it right now, so we're going to do that. My board needs to be oiled up, so we're going to oil up my board. Come on, switch over. There we go. I don't know, maybe I should go into pools and hot tubs for this if I'm going to be rubbing my wood with oil. And once more with the paper towel because I want this to be nice and fully dry. I do have my mineral oil bathtub that I can use for this, but we're just going to do a spot job of getting a little coat on there. Do I have any of the wax stuff? No, I don't. I must be out of that. Just use the good old food grade mineral oil. Do I have that down here? And then just trying to spread a light layer over the entire board. Just let it set and soak and wipe it off dry in the morning or even longer. It will soak up, and so you can come back and sort of re-level things out and recoat the areas that have soaked everything up. I didn't do it. It wasn't me. I don't know if the sirens came across on stream or not. Alright, there we go. So we're not using the cutting board anymore tonight. I think it's starting to get too late. I'm losing my East Coast viewers. Use a little alcohol wipe here, get the counter all nice and squeaky clean. But if you, I actually recommend, I need to get some more of my own. But there's actually blends out there that take mineral oil or food grade mineral oil, especially food grade mineral oil. Don't use other mineral oil. But food grade mineral oil along with honey, or not honey, but beeswax. And the combination of the oil and the wax is just awesome for the board. It also gives you a great halt to your knife. The wax does a great job when you're cutting on your board. I need to get myself some more beeswax. Or in fact, maybe I should melt some down. I think I have some. I think I have a beeswax candle that I'm never going to use as a candle. Beeswax, great stuff. Beeswax may be my WD-40 of this house. I use it for all sorts of things. We can leave that over there for now. And to think, I was thinking Minecraft after this, maybe. I still got to redo the seal. I still got to do the ceiling to my storage room. I've been spending forever the last couple of days in Minecraft, just half AFK. I've been trying to get villagers set up for all the stuff that I want for trading, and it just takes forever. And they're such a pain in the butt. And so it's like a set things up so I can trap them and then wait around until it's actually feasible. Flying or driving, Cosmic? Maybe both? Don't forget your phone charger. It was a couple of years ago now, but I read that was the #1 thing lost in hotels these days, was phone chargers. I'm actually scaling back on the chargers now. I don't know if I really... Well... If I'm taking an air flight, yeah, I still need 2 chargers. But I think I'm just USB-C now. My watch is USB-C, my phone is USB-C. My earbuds are USB-C, but my noise-canceling, airplane earphones are the older micro USB. Or mini. I get them confused. Mini, micro. Why they needed a mini and a micro, and a mini and a micro HDMI on top of that. Just pick a size. $6 hours, that's a nice, that's a decent drive, but that's more than doable in a day. I mean, hey, when I came back from TwitchCon, I think I did 9 straight. I mean, that was with breaks and stuff like that, but Still debating if I want to bother going to Vegas this year. Like, I would totally go back to TwitchCon, but it's sort of a, do I need to go back to back? And do I need to go to Vegas? Like, the last couple of times I've been to Vegas were not... Yeah. There's stuff I still want to go and see and do in Vegas, but it is such a tourist trap. I haven't been to a couple of the newest casinos, but most of them I've been to. And the last time I went there, like, well, lived in yeah. First off, no one stays in like next to no. I actually know someone that I think lived his entire life, or majority of his life, was born in Vegas. But Vegas is so much a transient town, in that such a high percentage of that town only lives there for a short period of time. And I know that's greatly changed here with things like Zappos and stuff like that, doing things to build up the actual industry of the city, but the whole casino end of it, yeah, none of those people stay. They're all in there short term. Most of them looking to make a name or do something and move on somewhere else. But yeah, the last time I was there, it was just... Like, it's always been the casinos were designed easy to enter, hard to leave. Don't want you to have any perception of time. Don't want you to, you know... And that's all awesome. That's all the nostalgia. That's all cool. But the fact that, like, all of them were, like, shopping straight up to the sidewalks now. Like, it used to be, like, there was a lot more art, there was a lot more show and flair. Now it's just, like the, what was it? I think it was Bally's. Yeah, Bally's. Had, like, street hawker stuff, like, right up to the edge of the street. Like, and it's like, I don't want to have to go through this in order to get into your ancient casino, which I stay at because it's cheap, but I mean, hey, it's not like it's been a hotel that's been on fire or anything and people have died from living there, from staying there. But Caesars was doing that too. Like, Caesars always had that giant mall-like section to it that you sort of had to walk through in order to leave, that Bellagio like copied and did a bit better in my opinion. But they too were, like, when I was last there, they were expanding their street stuff and they were going to be right up to the sidewalk too. Which is sort of interesting. I wonder how that's doing right now with all the closers, and because it was all like intended to be like small shops, like mini mall stuff, like almost like a permanent farmer's market or permanent art market. I would have to think that a lot of those smaller people have not been faring well these last couple of years, and I wonder if that really took off for the casinos, or if they're ready to tear that out now. But there are some other cooler things that, like, the last time I went, I also went to the Mob Museum in Vegas, which that was a cool visit. I had a great time in there. And the I want to go back and see the, I don't know if it's the atomic or the nuclear museum there. After all, Area 51, just a little bit to the north. Northeast? North? And so back in the day when we were setting off nuclear bombs, like, it was fun time. People used to actually go there to watch the bombs going off. I find that hilarious in modern day, like, the modern sentiment, the idea of atomic has been built, and nuclear been built into my brain since I was a kid. Like, the idea that people would go to watch one of those going off. At the same time, I probably would too. That's also reminding me of that wall of flame thing that keeps showing up. I keep seeing GIFs of that lately. I don't even know where that is. Like, that wasn't like Burning Man. That's like something else. Where they had just like this wall of mushroom clouds. But it looked like it was almost like a Burning Man like event. Like it was in the middle of nowhere. Have I eaten at Hell's Kitchen? No, I have not eaten in Hell's Kitchen. Not the hugest Gordon Ramsay fan. A lot of respect for what he was doing back when he was running a whole bunch of restaurants and doing his whole Michelin thing, but now he's just a media figure. He's... Cosmic. Been to many military installations. That's cool. Starting to get there with the beef. Needs a little bit longer. Sort of wish I had a little sour cream to go with this tonight. Let's go ahead and do our final proof on our bread here. Got to bowl out like I'm actually finishing dinner anytime soon here. Actually, I was thinking of, can I do this in you instead? I think this might be the play here. More olive oil here too with our bread. Make sure the entire inside of this pan's well coated. It's not gonna hurt it getting a little oil on it for in the oven anyways. Almost focaccia style. Push that down in. We'll set this back over on the oven to do a little more proofing. That'll do lovely to heat that up real quick. Yeah, some of the original stuff, especially with the original space plan, like the number of things that they did and created for our space program that then became actual products and actual things we use today on a regular basis is just ridiculous. There are so many things that they just improved the daily life of humans with so much trying to get to space. You also think about other things like the actual memory for the original rockets was actually hand woven, like wires and donuts, and which way the donut faced. If there was one bit wrong in the entire thing, guess what? You gotta undo the, well, probably like at least half of it to get to it and redo it. Wow. The labor and the things that they did to accomplish that are just astounding. I don't want to steam the bread at the same time, but I do want to keep it nice and warm. Yeah, but I'm not making steamed buns. I'm making garlic bread. I'm making dipping bread. Something to soak up all that deliciousness back there. And maybe dull a little the heat pain from the hot peppers. Because I am feeling it in my hands. I have a feeling this is going to be a bit spicier than that last one, than the jerk chicken. The jerk chicken was almost, like, it was flavorful. I definitely got the flavor off of those habaneros, but the heat was just not there. Like, I want to say the slaw had more heat from the jalapeno than the jerk chicken did from the habanero. Oh, bread. I love bread. Bread doesn't seem to love me as much anymore, but I love bread. What else can we do while we're hanging out here? I've already oiled my board up. Oh, I just posted this in the Discord. This is going back to a little bit more of a political talk, but something that everyone should be aware of what's happening probably tomorrow. Hold on, gotta copy it. That over so we can put this back over here. There we go. Work on this in a moment here, chat. Maybe you can read the thing while I'm working on this here, but... Alright, there we go. So this was released since I started this stream, or just before I started this stream, one of the two. But this is the key word in this whole thing. That is the whole thing. And you'll notice they're bailing out another bank now. The Signature Bank is another major bank. Which closed today. So, if you have stocks, if you have financials, if you're not absolutely married to what you have, if you're not going to keep that forever, I'd be looking close at that market tomorrow. Thank you so much for that raid, Lord Tox. Welcome in, everyone. Happy to have you. How are we all doing tonight? I'm doing a little political talk here while we're waiting on things to cook here. We've got some great looking food going on. I've got my Pepperpot stew going on back here where we've got habaneros, Fresno peppers, and sweet peppers with onions, garlic, beef, yeah, a little ginger, a little, what else have we got? We got a little cinnamon in there. And then above that, up here, we got some bread proofing that I'm waiting to throw into the oven here that I'm going to use to make some garlic bread with my stew. Been doing Caribbean style foods tonight, or Caribbean themed foods tonight. So doing a Caribbean style pepper pot, even though the original pepper pot is like an African dish. It's spread to the Caribbean and is a favorite there. Where are we all coming from? Where were we streaming tonight, Lord Tox? And thank you for the cookies. Madeleines. How'd they turn out? Hopefully lovely. I don't have a pan to do those. A cake philosopher. I know some of it. I've done jerk chicken before, but I am certainly not in any way an expert, and it's been sort of fun. A lot of hot peppers to everything there. They seem to love their Scotch bonnets or habaneros. And so, yeah. But I did jerk chicken on Friday. We're doing Pepperpot tonight. Gonna be doing chicken and rice, but Caribbean style chicken and rice on Tuesday. Was thinking about, I might do chicken and I'm sort of torn. I might do chicken and rice on Monday on Kick. I do occasional streams on Kick on top of doing Twitch. And so maybe we'll do that on Monday, and maybe we'll do like a fish Caribbean style taco on Tuesday. That's in my brain. That's a possibility. But for anyone else walking in here, we also have a weekly ingredient challenge in the Discord. This week's vote going between pepper jack cheese and pumpkin spice. Whichever one gets the most reactions here. By Tuesday, we'll close up the vote on stream on Tuesday, and on Wednesday, I'll have to make dinner and dessert using whatever the winning ingredient is. And so we're looking at dessert made with pepper jack cheese, or a main dish made with pumpkin spice. Looking for hard and difficult recipes to use in a cooking sense. Not looking for necessarily people to recommend. Actually, I'm looking for people to not recommend surströmming or other offensive things that are just killing my palate. We're trying to make it a fun challenge, something for me to have to figure out to deal with. So hopefully you can join in. You can make your own suggestions in the channel just below it. Our bread seems to be proofing pretty well once I got it into the cast iron there. So that actually not too bad. We still got a ways to go with stuff here, folks. We're just hanging out. I'm gonna need at least another 5-10 minutes on proofing that bread before I throw it in the oven, and then once it's in the oven, it's gonna take a good 15-20. Why does the border stop showing up with this all the time? I'm talking about the slideshow. I just got the show back up there, but there's supposed to be a border on the slideshow. I think I'm going to have some coleslaw with tonight's dinner. I still have coleslaw left over from the other night. Thank you, Lord Docs. Those are all things that have been made here on stream over. I've been streaming food and drink. Ooh, let's see. June's going to be 4 years this year? It's rough when you start forgetting how long it's been. But I made a coleslaw dressing here on Friday, or coleslaw and the dressing for it and everything. This is a sort of Caribbean style slaw. We got some jalapeno in there, but there's also some mango in there too. So it's a little bit of sweet, a little bit of spicy. I did throw red onion in this, and I love the look of the red onion in here, but I think it was a bit too harsh. I probably should have gone with a sweet onion with this. So you can see there's a little mango in there. There's a full mango in this whole dish. And I'm surprised that I haven't had more moisture loss with all the salt and vinegar and stuff here. The cabbage has stayed a nice dry coleslaw. People in chat the other night were saying that they hated watery or liquidy coleslaws, and I'm sort of on the fence about that. I was saying, because I understand the whole basis of coleslaw, a lot of that flavor, a lot of that juice that you're getting in your coleslaw dressing is just moisture extracted from the cabbage and the other veggies through salt and vinegar in the sweetened mayo. Oh, I probably should have. I still have that leek in the fridge. I probably should have thrown the leek in here. That leek would have been awesome in with this too. A little late for that now, though. Maybe could have cut back on the onion and put the leek in there instead. And that bread is proofing up nicely. It must be warm in that pan now. That's getting nice. I'm going to turn it this side just. Seen the least poofing on that side. So yeah, I'm a little worried what's going to happen on Monday with the financial markets. I mean, the whole idea that they threw out this, going back to what I was talking about before, we had this lovely raid, and thank you so much for that raid once again. But going back to the politics I was talking earlier with the financial stuff and with Silicon Valley Bank, or whatever the proper term for that was, and now apparently Signature Bank in New York, crashing and getting taken over by the government, and them having to put out a after hours on Sunday message prior to Monday to tell everyone the world is okay, makes me think that the world is not okay. But beyond that, there's not much else I can really say about. I'm not enough of an expert about all of that. But the major thing and what they announced there with this late Sunday announcement was that they were providing systemic risk exception for these banks. In other words, these banks crashing would be too much of an impact on the overall market space. So they're too big to fail, folks. It does mean that, I mean, it's a great sign for the people that had money at risk. Because, I mean, according to this message, they are going to be getting their money. And, you know, they're saying that they're going to be able to cover this under their own systems and budgets and plans. And This is not a big deal because we've put all these things in plan since 2008, the last time we screwed up like this. But yep. All sorts of startups lost their free capital for functioning as a business. So you had, from my understanding, I haven't done this with proper research, but I understand that a fair number of Etsy creators were using a service through them or something along that line, and so a large number of Etsy creators got knocked out. I said earlier in the stream that Roku had something like 30% of their free cash in the bank. So, I mean, yeah. But this is also, I mean, we're still talking here about Silicon Valley when this is also announcing, like, before, we can also include before Silicon Valley, it was a planned, structured closing, but a major crypto bank closed like 48 hours before Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley closes, and now we're hearing about Signature Bank in New York. I don't know how big of a bank Signature Bank is, but they're getting risk exception too. Okay, I'm throwing the bread in the oven. Yeah, this is considerably different from 08 too. 08 was all the real estate stuff. There's always going to be bubbles. There's always going to be crashes, at least I think in modern day markets. And depending on who's control, they want to accelerate those or slow those down. Mostly the people in power don't want to be in power when they happen. And they definitely, like, it's also just a sort of thing with capitalism. You make a rule, people are going to test the rule. They're going to go to the line and they're going to step over the line to see if they survive stepping over the line. And that's exactly what's happening with some of these banks. I mean, Silicon Valley Bank is, I keep saying Silicon Valley Bank because that's what's sticking in my head. I'm not sure if that's right. But they were one of those banks that were pushing those limits, that was pushing towards it, and that's why all the people with venture money, the people trying to make money, were there. Hey, Shadowtronics. Welcome, welcome. So I set a timer for 15 minutes to take a look at our bread. For those just joining in, we're making Pepperpot, Caribbean style hopefully, although some of the ingredients aren't really 100% available this part of the world. So I'm making do with what I can. But we've got a pot full of peppers. 5 different types of peppers in there. We got some beef, we got some onion, we got some beef bouillon, water. It's been cooking for a minute. And then I've got some garlic bread going on in the oven. Right now it's just olive oil bread, but it's going to be garlic bread here soon. And lastly, we got some leftover coleslaw, some mango and jalapeno coleslaw from Friday that I'm going to have with dinner. So welcome in. Why don't you hang out with me while I wait for all of this to finish up. I'm still rereading that press release. One of the upsides that I see to this posting, though, is they're saying that they're not protecting the shareholders. That I strongly agree with. Like, there's been a number of things in recent years where, like, things like here in California are PG&E, our lovely felonious electricity company. They've been protected, their shareholders have been protected from these, like, federally convicted of murder. Or at least negligent, something along that line, from causing fires, causing floods, causing everything, causing gas fires. Oof, coding time. It's been a while since I've done some coding. Typically when I say coding, I'm thinking like more like advanced web pages from like 10 years ago. But when I get into doing that, and it's been a while since I've done that, that's entirely for me, electronic music, just focus, can't study anything else but that. I can't even do, like, a vast majority of the time nowadays, I'll have, whatever I'm working on and entertainment going on at the same time. But I can't. I gotta just, when it comes to coding. That's a whole nother thing, and who knows if all of this stuff is really, like, happening for the reasons that they're saying it's happening. Like, we're certainly, in many respects, in the fog of war for certain things. And there's been certain things that I've been, like, I'm not saying that there's any truth behind the stuff that I'm saying right now, but there is, like, a questionable, like, really? A little skepticism, it goes for several things that have happened lately. All of the train crashes happening all at once, sort of a thing. There's speculation and rumor, and not very strong, but there was a major natural gas explosion in Texas around the beginning of the war in Ukraine, and there was this really happened by itself, sort of things, and the gas lines being blown up. And now I said right off the fact that hey, give me the credit. But that so much looked like a false flag to me. It made no sense to me that Russia would be blowing up their own fuel pipelines. I guess we're just diving into politics tonight. Yeah, Fluffy, but let's be honest. What was so attractive about Ohio to begin with? And Buckeyes fans. Like, I could live without any of those. Well, no, I as much as I want to hate on subsidy corn, I want corn still. But I could live without the Amish or the Buckeyes. I could especially live without the Buckeyes fans. I could have done the Spartans too. Family's from Michigan. Good portion that's still living there. But I'm not Michigan. No, I'm not Michigan at all. One time I wanted to go to U of M. That was back before I learned I was going to have to learn Perl and Basic in order to even get into the beginning Visual Basic classes. When I was already using Visual Basic at home. I'm trying to get myself another bottle to sip on here. Like, I don't want to open a bottle of wine tonight, although wine would go great with beef stew, but... No, I think I'm going to use up some of this couscous from the other night. Couscous was one of our recent ingredient challenge winners, or last one actually, I think. I'm going to do some couscous to go with our stew tonight, like I did the other night. olive oil, salt, MSG. Oh, you can't even see what I'm doing right now. My apologies. Salt, MSG, olive oil, water, pepper. Yeah, let's make it a garlic night. I was going to put some onion in there. I think I used up the last of my onion powder the other night. A little garlic powder in there. Nice, Shadow. Don't want that, don't want that. Oh, butter. That's what I was thinking of adding in there. We want some butter in there, too. Hello, world. I'm so annoyed. When I was a kid, I actually programmed a fully interactive ladder for game competitions, like a website that could keep competition ladders going and allow anyone to join, any game. And it was essentially just a basic form setup in order to keep them all going. Do the forms in order to keep them organized, the database behind all of that. I coded all of that, and relatively certain that I lost it in a hard drive failure. But I was like so close to having that website finished, and I lost it. It just destroyed me for a while. Of course, at the same time, I was a kid playing video games and going in and out of school, and so it was probably around one of the times that I started going back to school, my schedule or something changed. Cosmic, nice. I personally think, or thinking about myself, I think that I am decent at color combos and color palettes and stuff like that for websites. And I think I'm decent at layout and organization. But when it comes to making it pretty, to making it flow, no, that stuff I can't do. But I think I can do decent color palettes, decent color designs. I think I can do decent layouts, but I'm a little bit more logical code end than creative looks pretty end. Let's take a look at this bread. Let's take a look at this bread. That's not done. That's going back in the oven. If you want to see the progress of our bread so far. It's lightly browning. Lightly brown. Melt some butter here right quick. Okay, so melted butter. Garlic powder. Galore. Is that on screen? Just barely. Okay. Italian herb mix. White pepper, just because I have it. Salt. And MSG. We're gonna take this, mix this all up nice. Let's make sure we're not getting too warm on the bottom of this bread. I mean, I can take it out of the pan if it's too hot. Now we're doing pretty good on the bottom. And last touch. All right, that's going back in the oven. And give that at least 5 minutes. We got our water boiling back there for our couscous. Oops, wrong one. That one. So I'm going to add a cup worth of couscous in there now. That was a half cup. A little shake up. Lid on it, leave it on for just a moment and make sure that comes back to a full boil with the couscous in there. Okay, I can feel it bubbling, so I'm going to turn that off. And that just sits sort of like rice. You just bring it to a boil and let it sit for about 10 minutes. Technically, it's a pasta. I went over that the other night on Wednesday. Okay, beef definitely getting there. Cinnamon stick I think is probably done the job, so I'm going to take that out now. Just to save myself the hassle of finding it later. Yeah, beef is just on the edge. Which is perfect, because we're right on the edge with our bread. Gonna have to get creative with the last of this, so I've only got about a half cup left. It was original size. You gotta love suggested sizes. Let's give you a suggested size, and then sell you 2.5 times our suggested size on the pack. Well, I was more talking the nutritional portion size that they list on everything, at least here in the States. You want to talk about an area that, you know, not only AI, but computers need to drastically improve, is nutritional information, nutritional data. Our current standards are pathetic. The idea that these businesses want to say that they're buying subsidy products, they don't know exactly what they're getting in their place, and so they don't know exactly what they can put on the, you know, nutritional data. It's just all a bunch of hogwash for them wanting to hide what they're doing. Make it cheaper and not have to do as much. Reality is we should be able to be tested. They already are testing all of these for their own data and their own info, but they should be testing all of these for the government and then providing that info for our nutritional data thing, which, to begin with, like, that whole thing is just, it's just a bad system. So you're a company making a food product, and you need to make a nutritional label. You're either going to go out and buy the program out there that is approved by the federal government, where you basically enter in the recipe with known food and nutritional values of the ingredients and the values and the sizes, and it just calculates what the nutritional value of what you're selling should be. So one, you know, like a good portion of these aren't even tested. They're just entered into a program, and that's what it's official. But the other half of it is some of the guys that are doing larger batches and stuff like that, they actually, there's labs that can test them and do test labs. Do you think you're gonna live with just one, your major producer that's paying for a lab to do this? Do you think you're just gonna take the first result you get, or are you gonna cherry pick your result for some good nutritional data to sell better? And that's what I'm really getting to when it comes to that. You know, we don't know what we necessarily have from that subsidy corn or that subsidy soy or whatever. Is, you know, it's not this exact sugar amount. It's not this, you know, it's not number 2 corn and this type, you know. Yeah, that's the case for a lot of the stances. And a lot of my philosophy around food is real food, real things, not, you know, something that was cooked up in a lab to sit on a shelf for 30 days. But I can't even prevent that, because even the fruits and veggies and stuff like that are designed to sit on a shelf for 30 days these days. Farmers markets, folks. Support your farmers markets. Support your small farmers. Even though there's none of them left, support what ones you can find. Both science and nature are telling us we need lots of small, dense, varied, with lots of different plants as far as our farms. Instead, we're turning natural gas into nitrogen so that we can grow giant fields of corn and soy. Yeah, farmers markets have had a great boom. Unfortunately, they're now definitely on a downswing. But the last decade have been great for farmers markets. I sort of view farmers markets and their whole thing being hugely supported by what Whole Foods used to be. And I let's face it, I'm going to put the blame on Amazon for messing all that up. They went and bought Whole Foods, they screwed up Whole Foods, they don't do anything but like national long distance food from there. That used to be amazing. You walk in there and find all sorts of stuff from all over the local area. Now it's just national organic brands. And so they're not supporting the local small farmers anymore, so the small farmers are dying out to, it's just the constant, I mean, it's the way it was before, but Whole Foods was doing a great job of supporting all those smaller, more local, not just the farmers too, all the prepared foods, all of the local meat is not that nearly as much of a thing. I mean, it's about on par with the other ones these days. Yeah, farmers markets. Buy from farmers markets. Buy from local butchers that do their own butchering. Don't support the ones that are just buying primal cuts from CAFOs. Support the ones that are, you know, the mobile harvesters. The ones that got the big fancy truck that they take out and harvest animals on the field. That too, feline dances with felines. I was saying that I was complaining about that just the other night. Aside from maybe like chicken fingers or something like that, don't buy Tyson chicken. Just avoid Tyson. Because everything they sell is like 10 to 15% water. I mean, if it's chicken fingers or chicken nuggets or whatever, it's going to have all sorts of stuff anyway, so what does it matter? Let's take a look at this bread. Yeah, I think that's looking nice. That's looking tasty. I've actually sort of enjoyed chatting. I'm always a little afraid of bringing anything political or like that into chat, because I don't want to scare people off. I want people to hang out with me, and I don't want to have some random, small, meaningless opinion of mine, you know, lose me a viewer. Because it seems like just about anything will get people all riled up these days. So I'm going to take this out, put that onto a cutting board. Quick show the bottom. And then, well, let's take a photo of it. But I'm just going to cut it into strips. Just need some marinara, and we're, you know, Little Caesars, Pizza Hut. A little more Pizza Hut than Little Caesars. Alright, time to plate up everything else here. Dancing with the Felines, this is my imitation Subway bread recipe. So this would have made the equivalent of 2 Subway buns instead of this as well. And so this uses, I didn't put any egg in it, but it uses half an egg typically, and it uses potato flakes. So it's not just flour, there's potato in there, potato flour or potato flakes in there too. Lots of olive oil too. I put a little olive oil in the actual mix. I coated in olive oil when it was proofing. I added more olive oil before it went into the oven. Our meat is nice and squishy now. We got our fluffy couscous. Heat off on our stew. All right, photo time. Can actually smell the cinnamon off of this, and like I said, it normally throws me off with this, but it is smelling tasty in there, that cinnamon smell. But there you go, folks. There's my dinner for tonight. Bit of a longer stream tonight. Thank you for all the raids tonight. all sorts of people dropping in tonight. Thank you so much for that. Garlic bread always needs more garlic. Always needs more garlic. You got me to eat bread again. I'm still toying with the best way to do that, though. Like, garlic-infused oil does a great job at getting flavor in. Adding garlic seasoning on after, because the heating it in the stove is going to kill a lot of that garlic flavor. Adding it on at the end is going to add a bit more, especially if it's cooked. Fresh garlic. Well, let's see who's out there in the world. I haven't looked who's out there, if we can raid anyone tonight. I'm not seeing anything there. Let's try over here. Let's check this list. Let's see who's out there. I think I'm going to call it right there, folks. Appreciate all of you hanging out with me tonight. Thank you for the follow. No garlic concentrate in the dough. I could have done more to get more garlic in there. I will be back here on Tuesday. Maybe with chicken and rice, maybe with Caribbean-style fish tacos. It mostly depends on how much energy I have tomorrow. And maybe I'll be on kick tomorrow night. I hope you all have a lovely evening. Thank you so much for joining me tonight. Hope to see you again soon. Bye-bye.